which means we can't listen to that. That's right. Okay, cool. So yeah, we haven't been live this quickly over on the YouTube for a while. Okay, so right, a lot of this is, yeah, the part we left off on. Destination calendars. What even are they? Let's look at what we're doing here. We've created a selected calendar, theoretically with a name, an external ID that we've set. And with our API key. So getting a destination calendar should be as simple, but we might have to create one first. So that's why we were looking at destination calendars here, because that is how we create one. And all it takes in all it requires are these. I don't know what credential ID is, though. And they don't list it. All right, well. We should be able to make one. So let's go create the method for that. What is on a selected calendar, actually? I think I just want this to be string and require that I pass it in, because I think it needs to be the same values that we set over here. Yeah, if you do !song, you should be able to get this link. If my bot's up and running. Yeah, it is. So yeah, whenever there's something playing, like when we're live on YouTube especially, you should be able to do the song command. !song. All right, so destination calendar does come back on that endpoint, though, right? Let's double check that at the end. But it's camel cased instead of underscored. So integration, external ID. We'll just do credential ID for now. Not actually sure what it's supposed to be, so we're going to try it. Integration and external ID. We're hard coding the credential ID for now. We get this destination calendar, which means we should be able to do that and call that good. So then up next is webhooks, and that looks like the last one we'll have to create for this part of things. Omar, do the song command. Like, do it. What's stopping you? There you go. See? It works. All right, so this takes in a subscriber URL, event triggers, and active, which I'm guessing is a Boolean. It is. Nice. Event triggers actually list the enum that it's capable of being. Awesome. Yeah, easy enough. All right, so this is going to be create webhook. Things it takes in, API key. We'll just say string array for now. And then active Boolean. So then from here, it's going to be very similar to what we're doing with all this junk. All right, so now the final thing for webhooks, does it actually give us the object we're looking for? Hey, what's up, Graham? Sorry for the sass yesterday. It does return the webhook. Perfect. We do need that enum. Let's just say booking created. Sure. My mic is quiet. You're right, it is. I don't know what keeps causing that. Check, check, check. It should be ducking when I speak, but yeah, the microphone is just way quieter than it should be. So yeah, good call. You did hear me say sorry, though, right? I should not be needing to boost this that much. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Cheers. Check, check, check. All right. I don't seem to be maxing out there right now. Check, check, check. I am clipping a little bit there. All right. Check, check, check. Want to make sure I'm not yelling too much at you. And I could probably just boost it a little more. That does seem a little better, though, right? No, I don't think it's system settings. I think it's my my capture device. I'm almost positive it's my capture device. Which means it's probably going bad. I have had it for 3, maybe 4 years, so. Yeah, no. And it's one of the cheaper ones you can get, but it's got really nice hardware. This might be the flaw that they kind of go bad over time. I don't know. Yeah, not sure. I know this mic has like an active like battery you can put in it. I don't think I'm using that though. But maybe that's part of it too. I'll have to look at the mic. But we're closer. I just need to boost it at the filter level real quick. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. All right, so that should be better. A little bit better, right? Still not great. Huh. Yeah, I'm going to go in like 3 decibel increments because 3 decibels is technically twice as loud because decibels are on a logarithmic curve. 6 decibels is audibly twice as loud. I don't know if you knew that. It's kind of fun about headphones and decibels and how that number works. So we should be better. I'm not clipping. I am boosting. So like, is there like a lot of grain on my voice now? Yeah, it should be dipping the music when I talk, but it's dipping a little too much now. Right? It's dipping like 20 decibels instead of what it was. Like, it should have been 10. I forget how to make it do that. Check, 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 check. Nope. Check, check, check. That's a little better. Yeah, so it should be ducking a little bit, but it shouldn't be massively noticeable. Check, 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 check. All right, so that should be better. It's still ducking a bit when I talk. All right, perfect. Yeah, we should be good. So yeah, that's built right into OBS. It's in your filters. If you go look in filters, there's a compressor you can add. And basically, you add the compressor to the desktop audio, the audio that you want to get lower when your microphone goes. And at the bottom, there's a sidechain / ducking source. And that's going to be the input that actually causes it to dip. So yeah, the key to good audio ducking is that it should be barely noticeable. And now I don't even see it kicking in that much. All right, what the hell? Yeah, let me just dial it back a bit. All right, we a little better? Yeah, that should be better. All right, check, check, check. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, good audio ducking is actually not noticeable. If it's too noticeable, then it's not working right. Yeah, and maybe you don't know what that term is because it, you know, ducking, what is that? Is it going to make me quack? Sidechain ducking, is that like when you have a duck in your sidecar on your motorcycle? All right, so we're definitely not passing everything we need to this. There you go. Yeah. Oh, that's just my sidechain. Okay. So yeah, payment ID has no list method or way of fetching it. Or posting, right? So we do have a way of fetching a payment ID, but we don't have a way of seeding one. So this would have to be seeded in the seed file. There's no other way to do that part. Dredd.js is a way of making sure that your OpenAPI spec is accurate, right? It's not a validator, though it is kind of a validator. It's more like automated integration tests. So it'll take an OpenAPI spec, look at what the payloads should be, fill in some blanks for it, especially if you have example values, and it'll actually try and post to that post endpoint that you have documented. It'll try and get from that get endpoint you have documented. It'll do a delete, it'll do all of that. You do have to like hook into it to give it the right data it needs at times because you're going to be using placeholder data in your OpenAPI spec, but your actual database might have real, you know, keys or IDs that you need to pass, and those are going to need to be like hooked into and just overridden, which is pretty easy to do. That's the part you're going to see us doing. That's why we're having this get existing IDs function. We need to actually get existing IDs of, you know, entities or models that are in the database so that we can plug them into our hooks for actual testing. And as an example, you can see that, hey, yeah, they're using, you know, OpenAPI spec in their code, but there's nothing that actually validates that this is what it says it is. And we've already seen, hold on, let's find a good one. Right here, they say a credential ID is required, but it's not in the properties list. Right? So nothing prevents human error when you're doing doc block based stuff like this. You still need to validate it. So even if you're building your spec from your code, you're probably not doing it from the actual models you're using. You're doing it from a doc block at the top of it, which still has the potential for human error. So this is to take out the human error part of things. In other places, we've seen that some things are called an integer when it should be a string or vice versa. Again, Dredd would help call that out. So yeah, it's interesting. Another important thing is, yeah, it'll let you know if you're getting 401s as you expect, or 400s or 403s. So yeah, I find it incredibly useful, especially when you're going to be doing things like making SDKs. If you're going to make an SDK, you need to make sure that the API you're abstracting with that SDK is actually accurate. Because if it isn't, your SDK is garbage too. If you're curious about Dredd.js a little bit more... Damn it, do I not have a video about it? I need to make a Dredd.js command for that video. Oh, hold on. It's Dredd. But that's just a presentation. Yeah, I am the law. Exactly. Oh, we got some follows a couple hours ago. Interesting. I'm always curious where those come from. Right? Like when I'm not even live. DM Mulroy was going earlier. Maybe he shouted me out. I don't know. Is DM Mulroy still going? Just realized I'm not lurking anybody yet. He is. Damn, his camera is dark. Looks like he's got a bit of that Rembrandt lighting. Boom. I should make this lighting more dramatic, shouldn't I? I just realized the color temperatures are different. It also looks like a bunch of LEDs are burnt out. Oh, shit. Yeah, some cheap-ass LEDs. Yeah. Alright, so yeah. I don't expect this to fully work yet. We do have this get existing IDs function. Inside of our Dredd hooks, we should log those. What's up, CAD Coder? How you doing? All right, so existing IDs, we want to log out. And it looks like it will get logged out. So we don't mind if all these get skipped again. I can't remember if I fixed that or not. We can find out while it's running. Yep. Yeah, so we've got the only in there, which is not actually doing what we expected. We do see the hook run, but we don't see the test actually running, which is weird. All right, so we're getting to the custom input. No worries, Geralt. All right, so in get existing IDs. And really, you're not that late. Like, dude. Yeah, normally we'd be doing the news crawl right now. So yeah, I just skipped the news crawl today. Sorry. All right, so my guess is that we failed to create the event type. Yeah, these creator functions are a bit meh. But yeah, so how's it going, Geralt? 3 stream streak, nice. How's it going, Mr. Bankster, X Factor? Geralt? Yeah, having a great day. Oh, really, X Factor? Bummer. Yeah, how's it going, Mohai? What you up to? Expected object received string. What's up, Proton Fig? Yeah, it has been a while. Nice. That sounds fun. So we're getting a 400 for that. Let's go look at creating an event type. What thing are they getting a string on? I think I'm good for now. Like, we can check it out another time. You could post it over to the Discord, too. If you hop in here early enough on Monday, happy to check it out during the news crawl. So we see metadata there, and it is just an object. Okay, let's go look at how this is getting parsed. So it shouldn't be in the permissions. That's editing permissions. Why is this an issue, though? All right, let's look at our API over here. Oh, they actually even show us here, but they don't say what prop. So it is in the parse, right? Expected object receives string, but we're not getting the path? Okay, so that's a little weirder to me. Yeah. So yeah, body init. Nope. We do need JSON stringify. Alright, so we'll run this, and we should get a better error out of it, at least. You know, the stuff that we're logging should get logged, and that might give us a better insight into what the problem is here. All right, so we should see a bunch of stuff get hit here again. Object, yeah. So, seems to me... Right, that was not our issue, because it should be stringified when it's sent via fetch. The back end doesn't seem to actually be unmarshalling that for us, though. So hold on. We're creating a booking reference just fine. Aren't we? Maybe not. So this part's tricky. I think that might be it. Now, there's also a header that is not indicated in their OpenAPI spec. Isn't it? No, you're right. All right, we got to try that one more time. Might have loaded the file at the wrong point. Aha! Alright, so that's it. For all of our fetch requests, we need to pass that. Any of our posts. Oh, got that one there. Got that one there. All right. So we shouldn't be seeing that expected object receive string at all anymore. Yeah. Cool. All right, so that was the problem there. We got, oh, expected string received number. Those are a different thing. I really wish it would actually print out what's in this array. Aha! It does when it's done this way. All right. Aha! So the type of the custom input, that's the part we care about next. Let's shuffle this over so it's closer. What up, Elfo? How you doing? Okay, so what we got to do then, right, for the custom input, let's go find that endpoint. I lost it. Oh, and they actually had that there. It does say enum. Yes, they had it. Cool. I just did the wrong type, the wrong casing. Let's see. So creating a custom input did not work. A bunch of these other things did. Ooh, good movie. Ooh, good background image. So yeah, our slug now needs to be randomized too. All right. And yeah, we can probably get rid of a bunch of these logs now. They were just for discovering where things were going wrong. Can't believe I forgot the application JSON. All right, so that's for the webhook, and user ID and subscriber URL, that needs to be a date as well. But that wasn't the first thing to fail. Unrecognized keys in object credential ID. And what endpoint is that again? I think that's in, oh yeah. Destination calendars. All right, so where is credential ID even coming from? All right, we get parsed here. Get calendar credentials. So yeah, this is going to throw because the calendar we're looking for, which is get connected calendars, that function is up there. So calendar credentials is the first argument to that. Okay, so get calendar credentials. Ooh. What we end up probably needing to do is seed some of this value in the credential database. When we're looking at what's in Postbird here, we should end up seeing a credential table. Yep. But we don't have anything in that credential table. Yeah, so we'd end up needing to seed something. All right, so we end up needing to maintain some notes here. Okay, so let's just start going through some of these things. All right, so for the post endpoint, credential ID is required, but not in list of params. Credential ID is required, but is not in list of params. Seems like credential ID does not actually need to be passed on the body, since it gets looked up in the credential table. Another thing about destination calendars, no credential is seeded for any users. And this is actually a problem of up here. All right, so that's one thing. Oh, neck pop. So I think that's going to be another important part of the deliverables for this API, listing out all of the other things that need to change that we don't necessarily want to do in the same PR. What I'm thinking is we're eventually going to want to cherry pick this PR apart into subsequent PRs from each other, right? But yeah, let's keep doing some of this. So this is entities, and we'll capitalize it. Entites. There we go. All right, so general notes, entity notes, destination calendar is the first one we really get any major issues with. And let's start doing this. Let's do it from the top. Let's just do a quick analysis of all of them. Right, so when we look at attendees, yep, attendees get no response example, which would be useful for validation. For the post, those are fine. Same thing there. All right, so then for individual IDs, let's go look at that some more. We see in here, all right, delete. That all seems fine. 201 is not correct, right? Should be 204? No. Yeah, 201 is created. 204 is typically what I see on a delete endpoint. All right, so for that delete endpoint, right, it's not gonna come back with anything. It does return a message. Oh. So yeah, since that endpoint does return a message, Alright, so there's delete. Let's look at get. Oh, yeah, in general. Yeah, so hold on. In many places. API URL. Auth. In many places, a 401 is thrown when a user does not have access to an item. A 404 would be preferable. A 403 or a 404. 403 would leak that the requested entity exists, but user just does not have access. 404 would obfuscate the existence. (401) does this as well because we can still fetch other things with our valid token. Right? 404 would actually properly obfuscate the existence of these entities. All right, let's keep going. So yeah, attendee there is fine. Example response missing. What's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? Yeah, all of these would be optional. I get that. Oh, we can get rid of that. So yeah, patch has that issue. And this is really for all. All right, so let's keep hacking at it. The next set of entities we want to look at are availabilities. So we get a post here. Let's just look at these. And actually, there's only post for that one. All right, so we've got attendees and ID there. This then becomes availabilities. There's only a post. Yeah, this seems like a global thing. Yeah, no worries, Robotica. And yeah, you're still down for gaming later, right? So yeah, pretty much all the deletes have that. Yep, no example. Also no example. So yeah, availabilities. Yep, same issues there. I think this is going to end up being really common amongst all of these. So getting team availability here makes sense to me. Event type ID here is not required. So that should be fine. There is an example of what is going to come back on this, though. Awesome. Wait, so there's team availability get. There's regular user availability get. Nice. This is one of the better ones they've done as far as things being documented properly. I'm not even sure how this is expected to work. They're not try-catching anything. So if that promise.all fails... Right? It's going to throw before it even gets there. Who's Cam? Who's this Cam? What do you mean by get into AWS? Every good engineer should understand how to use it and work with it. I have projects I want to launch. AWS is the best place to launch them sometimes. That's it. Now, here's the thing. They may be expecting it just to be empty. I mean, this is barely marked down. This is just me creating some ad hoc junk so I can fiddle with it some more. This code is TypeScript, though. All right, so now booking references. We do see 403s thrown for various things. It seems like we don't get to them, though. Is this a Next.js thing? Like where this middleware is happening? Do you just do this inside of a folder? Seems awfully repetitive. I get it. I get it. But yeah, here it is, right? We see an inconsistency. We see 401 here. We saw 403 as we would expect over here. So that's strange. when I'm coding at work, it depends. I would say no. No, typically work is way more effort than this. This is just me documenting what's not right with the API and what could be improved. That's something that theoretically should have been caught in code review. But whatever. I think if they establish better CI/CD practices and better validations and testing, then it would get caught without even needing to like manually review these things. But still, like, you know, 401 versus 403, they're not going to catch that in CI/CD. Code review is pretty much the only place to do it. Yep, okay, so this one's missing responses as well. Have a snake cased entity prop. Some have camel cased. Making that consistent would be ideal. Yeah, I've had to deal with some like really tricky things at work before. At pretty much every job I've had. So when you say usually, that's tougher. I don't know. Usually is hard to judge, but I definitely remember having to solve some really tough problems. I've also had to deal with poorly designed or implemented APIs, you know. And poorly is the wrong term, you know, like, yeah, they're moving fast, breaking things. I get it. That's what a business needs to do as a startup. Let's make this easier to scan. Free code camp is not a bad option. Yep, no response example for any of these. Same with that. Does have a good example, or not example, but does say what properties it needs. No response, though. And yeah, it's going to be looking like most of their endpoints are going to be missing some of these things. Here we see the 200, that's fine. Interesting. I've never seen this table example before. Damn. All right. This function. Whoa, dude. Okay. Does not respond with its type. Yeah, that is all one function. That's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of stuff. How many places is it even used in? What? Why would the web not just hit this API endpoint that's going to be doing this all anyway? Why would you duplicate those endpoints? That I'm not sure of. This one does have an example response. Yeah, so the get does. It's just delete and... Nope, patch has it too. All right. I do need to move this availability up. All right, so then bookings here. This is actually just delete. Get and patch do have responses. Interesting. Okay. It's weird that they do a cancel endpoint and just like a standard delete. Both would actually work. Huh. Yeah, that's not a big deal. Get does have a response. I got examples there. Nice. They do have a response there. Yeah. So it's really just the ID part. Okay. So yeah, this is a lot. It's a lot of stuff to dig through. But it's probably worth it. Yeah, so delete, get, and patch. Get and post. Yep, no response. All right, so custom inputs is definitely missing all of it. And I'm not going to be able to catch everything, right? But this is still a bonus. So custom inputs. After that is destination calendars, which we've looked at. And we can probably leave it at this. I don't want to go through every endpoint right now. I'm not sure, Larobi. No idea. I don't know what the difference between a viewer request and viewer response is versus an origin request and origin response. I'm guessing viewer is the Lambda at edge, right? And then origin is your core one. So yeah, 5 seconds, it should probably be faster than 5 seconds. No, that was Lambda Edge. Oop. That was definitely Lambda at Edge. Nope. Restrictions on Lambda at Edge. Right? That's how we got to that. Right? Quotas on Lambda.edge. Right? So 5 seconds. It should be fine. Now, if you're thinking of Cloudflare, on the free tier of Cloudflare, you're 10 milliseconds or something. Yeah, I think 5 seconds is fine. Cloudflare workers, yeah, that's where you'd be running into issues. Yeah, so 10 milliseconds on the free tier for Cloudflare. Okay, so yeah, CloudFront functions. Those are really just for, you know, like doing redirects and things like that. CloudFront functions are meant to be extremely simple. Right? Another good example of a good CloudFront function is, you know, routing from a path to like the index.html that you care about. Things like that. They're meant to be extremely fast, and you shouldn't be doing a lot of work in them. But yeah, once you start doing the paid tier of Cloudflare workers, you get up to 15 minutes. That's totally fine. So yeah, it's just on the free tier, and they want to prevent abuse. I get it. Let's double check this last one in destination calendars. Or not last one, but let's just finish checking destination calendars. Yep. Yep, no example there. No example there. None there, and none there. All right. Now, does it actually give us something out of it? It does. Okay. So yeah, that's all we'll do for now. For the most part, yeah. Adding response examples for a lot of these would be great. One way they could make that easier is exposing schemas for these things. And then just referencing those schemas, and then you could just modify it in one place, basically. All right, so back to what we are testing. Let's go look at this again. So get existing IDs, we're seeing custom input.id, and it's not giving us what we wanted. Why is that? Okay, so this is custom input post. Let's see what that gives us. And while that's running, let me go grab some water. I'll be right back. It'll be quick. All right, got my water. Grabbed one of these chomps. They are delicious. They are quite good. 0 sugar. Ooh, 90 calories too. Invalid type in options. Oh, okay. Expected string for the placeholder. So no matter what, that needs to be a string. So we can do that. So here in custom input, I probably don't need to be showing that. We could too, though. Says options is required. So that was missing. Yeah, we're good there. Oh. So options would only be this way if we ended up having radio. I think that's actually a flaw in the validator. And these are generated. So we can't modify these directly. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. This actually needs to make the options not necessary for creating it. Let's go look at the Zod API. Yeah, so that's for sponsoring him, which is awesome. Damn. Oh, what is going on here, though? Ah, that was weird. So yeah, at 99 bucks a month, he's got 10 companies paying that, which is awesome. That's legit, actually. Cool, man. I'm happy for him. Dude, Speakeasy. Did I apply to Speakeasy yet? I think I did. Damn. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, doing their stuff would be really cool. They're all about like open source and, you know, a bunch of those things. Let me double check this. I'll know once I look at it. Wait, is this link not even clickable? That's weird. That's got to be a bug. I think I did apply to him. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure. I think I did it for the dev advocate thing, though. I'm gonna have to go look at that. But not right now. I was just curious. So anyway, back to what we're doing. All right, so refine would be a way to add that validation, but that's not what we're looking for at the moment. All right, so merge here might be the move. All right, so then this is z dot. What is the type they give it? Let's go look at that real quick, too. An array of objects. Yeah. But we would want to add a refine. Okay, so we do that. Uh-oh. Oh, this comes from Zod Utils. Which I don't see anywhere. Oh, it's in packages.prisma, because this is over there. Boom. All right. So we do that. We go back to here. Excuse me. Sorry. All right, let's go look at the refined syntax again. So we pass a function here that validates it, and then we do a message there. All right. So this would be if val dot. Do we get inference on that one? Okay, so to merge that, we'd have to actually define the other values too. Yeah, so that's where this Zod type gets a little trickier. Oh, am I misunderstanding this? Let me go look at merge again. Instead of refine, I probably want to extend. Ah. Okay. So that shouldn't be required anymore. Can I clear? No. All right, let's try this again. So we shouldn't be seeing a failure of not being able to create that because we're fixing this, and I believe we have fixed that via the refine. Oh. Ah, shit. Hold on. I know what I did. I flipped it. I flipped it. Well, no, I didn't. Well, shit. Huh. So that's for the edit endpoint, but what about this? So we're seeing that this refined value is actually getting spit out to us. Yeah, here it says options are optional. So it's inferring that fine. Yeah, we see that options here is odd optional. I think I'm misunderstanding when this refine is going to run. Hold on. See, I think I am misunderstanding refine. So this is checking for a truthy value. Yeah, so that was actually my mistake there. I think I see. Yeah, so All right. So we should get that to work now. Will it blend? No. Invalid type in options. Expected array received. No. Try it again. Let's see if it blends. Oh, nice. Did Alt F4 raid DM Mulroy? Hell yeah. Invalid type in options. It does say it's required. Let's try it again. Yeah, we're running into a weirdness with the Zod typing. And I'm ready to give up on it. I think it's fine. Yeah, nope, still getting that. How's it going, Ryan Codes? Are you not able to reset it? Did you not do email validation? You probably should. Oh, null-ish would be both of these. I'm good. How about you? It is. Yeah, if you do exclamation point song, you get a link. Ah, so strict is just for like extra props. Okay. Will that work? Yeah, snowboarding stuff. Takes a long time to get good. It's expensive to get good, too. So if this doesn't work for us, we'll skip it. We'll call it good. Yeah, they're still yelling at our custom input. Surprised that strict doesn't go there. I wonder if strict was also causing that failure. So we'll just try this one more time. If not, we'll comment out what we've done. Leave it for later. And we'll just pass a value that we think is required. But yeah, something needs to be fixed about this Zod type. Yeah, nope. All right, so we'll just do that. And we'll do the dot strict. Call that good. Thank you, Ryan. I started snowboarding in 1999. Maybe 98? It was like the winter of 98, 99. Pretty sure. Because I remember going to Mount Hood, and my first summer at Mount Hood, I was claiming 4 years. And that was 2000. That was technically 2002. It might have been the year after I was claiming before. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. If I did it and first got started with it in 9th grade, yeah, that must have been 98. Yeah, it was the beginning of 9th grade. So, yep. Yeah, definitely would have been 1998, 1999, that winter. I wasn't good at snowboarding until I went to Mount Hood for my first summers. All right, so we'll let that go. To do, figure out how to make this type better, since options should not be required for all types. All right, so over here in our creator functions, all right, so we expect that custom input type to pass now. The nice part is that we actually see in our get existing IDs that we're at least making it to this point, which means that all of these others should theoretically be completing, but we may end up with some issues here for webhook and destination calendar ID. I think we're actually, yeah, definitely going to have a problem with destination calendar ID. Selected calendar is probably also going to give us grief. Custom input type created. And yeah, so now we're not creating the destination calendar properly. I think the rest should be okay. My lurk going, yep. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. JSON stringify turns an object into a string. All right, so let's see what we're getting out of that. And realistically, we could just start clearing up some of the other logs that we're doing. What game video? Why do you think it's game video? Okay. All right, unrecognized keys in object credential ID. Right. So I forgot about that part. Here at the bottom, when we're sending this, when we're sending this, let's clean that up. we kind of expect destination calendar to fail, which means we're going to want to end up skipping those endpoints in our testing. But at some point, we're going to need to figure that out. Yep, have a good one. Hey, DM Mulroy. I gotta figure out someone else to lurk. Yeah, you were killing it, man. Good numbers. Was that the Alt F4 stream raid? Not like you're not capable of those numbers on your own. I just noticed Alt F4 was gone and your numbers were higher than I remember them when I first started lurking. That's all. Could be completely unrelated. Okay, I did. I called it. I knew. Yeah, he's awesome. Good supporter of the community. But yeah, how was it going today? Did you finish the Create Melange app, or are you still hacking on that? I think I forgot to read the actual title. Looks like you are still working on Create Melange app. I'm guessing you're getting really close. Where am I going to raid? I mean, I won't know for another 2 hours. We do have gaming tonight, so there is a somewhat, you know, standard time I need to finish. If we weren't gaming tonight, who knows? I could be going all night. Just working through those? Nice. Yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, let me at least explain what we're doing here. So, if we look at it, this is the OpenAPI schema for cal.com. I wanted to participate in the OSS Hack Hackathon last week, and I wanted to build a CLI tool. But to do so, I needed a reliable OpenAPI spec that I could generate SDKs from. It turns out they don't have that. So instead, we have pivoted to writing Dredd.js tests to validate their OpenAPI spec against their API. So it's not just validating the schema, it's actually validating that the API responds with what it says it's going to respond with. It makes sure that it takes in requests that it says it will respond to. All that stuff, right? Your schemas, your validation, really cool. So it's basically running integration tests for you, but integration tests that are specifically made to check if the OpenAPI spec is accurate. So you can actually use it to solve both problems. You can use it to validate your OpenAPI spec, and you can also use it to validate that your API works as you intend it to, which is really cool. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We've got a whole heap of notes. Let's go look at our notes. So, first thing we discovered is if you were to go to api.cal.com/docs or v1/docs, the paths are missing, right? Which is the fundamental part of what makes an OpenAPI spec, basically. Whereas if you were to do it locally, it does work. My guess is that there is something going on during their build process that may be stripping the Swagger comments before it gets to next Swagger doc, which is a library that is actually going and combing and grabbing these at Swagger doc blocks. Now, I really dislike doc blocks because there's nothing that prevents us from adding some prop that totally doesn't exist, right? Foo bar, and it's not yelling at us right here. So it's not even doing schema validation for us. inside of our editor, where it's one of the most important parts if you're going to do code-driven schema generation. So yeah, I really don't like doc blocks, right? For this purpose. For other things, sure, it works. But again, when you're building doc block-based tooling, you kind of have to make it work for every editor that's going to consume it too. And that just becomes a headache. So yeah, not a big fan. But we are going through and we are validating this. So yeah, that was one bit. That's how I think that's going on. When they're doing auth, in many places, they throw a 401 when a user doesn't have access to anything. Right? In other cases, they do a 403. 403 technically does leak that the entity you're requesting that you don't have permission to does exist. If you wanted to obfuscate that, 401 is not the move, because it's easy to do the same thing. If we make a 401 request to an endpoint we know we have access to, then making a request to another endpoint that gives us a 401 means that, yes, that entity exists, and we have validated that that ID is valuable, right? You shouldn't be able to do that. That is basically an enumeration bug. So instead, if they were to throw a 404, they could at least obfuscate as they want. But a 401 for a valid token, but invalid permissions, that ain't right. So that's one more thing to fix. In several places, they're doing 201s, which is created, but they're doing it for delete requests. If you were going to do a delete commonly, you would just do a 204 because it's an empty response. But if you're doing a delete that has a message value or any other props on the response, 200 is probably what you should be doing. 201 indicates the exact wrong thing. In some places, they're doing camel casing. In other places, they're doing snake casing on the response bodies. That should be consistent across the board. And then as we start digging into it, yes, a lot of these like attendees and like pretty much most of their endpoints do not have example responses or schemas, right? Does that mean that you need to have the entire response body inside of your Swagger doc for every endpoint? No, you can actually create a schema that you embed into your OpenAPI spec, and then you just do a reference to that schema. So that would probably be the way to go for some of these. Let's see, let's check a few others. This part, we can ignore, right? Here, we see bookings for get and post have responses, get and patch have responses. There isn't one for delete. I think that's totally acceptable as long as you're giving the right status code. If you're doing a 201 and you are returning a body, well then, yeah. So if you're returning a body and you don't actually have an example of it, makes it harder to test and validate. Makes it harder to consume as a developer. And as we keep going, we uncover some way more like specific things, like such as this for destination calendars. And this is a tricky one. So credential ID is in the required list of this endpoint, but it's not actually in the list of params. So is it required or not? Technically, I don't think it should be required because it's not being used in the function that's calling it. It's actually fetching that credential value. So my guess is we just end up wanting to remove credential ID from the required params in this list. The fact that it's required there but not an actual param means that we're not going to fail out because of that, but it's still, not ideal. The whole reason we care about this OpenAPI spec being important, and again, I don't work for cal.com, the only reason I care about this is because I think their entire future hinges upon people being able to make integrations, right? If you're at a large enterprise and you want to spend a lot of money for the enterprise license for cal.com, you're going to expect to be able to write integrations for whatever other internal tooling you have, right? There's all sorts of weird scheduling, ad hoc created things at organizations, like at big enterprises like life insurance companies, etc. And they're going to need a reliable API spec they can build against and integrate with. Right? And it's not something you want to have as part of your core applications integrations because it's just for one company. If you end up having a lot of companies that need to do it, then you might create your own custom integration that you have to maintain. But if not, at the bare minimum, having a reliable OpenAPI spec allows big companies to build out what they need, on your product. Now I need to record that so I can actually just type it out into the PR or a series of PRs that I plan on making. That said, we're already putting in more effort than I was intending for this. Right? This is free work. Technically. Now, I'm unemployed right now, so I'm okay. Most of my work is free work right now. But if I had a job, I would not be letting this eat into my side projects and my work time. So, yeah. There is something to that. Now, could I use this as a, hey, I think y'all need to hire me because I have vision. And so far, it seems like it's not a priority to make this stuff accurate. Having at least one person who cares would be important. But it's really up to the business and their concerns. So, you know, they might see this PR and be like, oh yeah, great work, and then never merge it. Right? I don't know. But yes, we've uncovered a lot in this process. The key deliverable would just be documenting most of this, which is why I have this like notes endpoint, or this notes file. So even if they don't like take in the baseline PR that I want to create, which is establishing the Dredd testing and doing some of this other stuff, we're going to extract out some of the other things that we thought we totally could do, but we can't, such as generating SDKs. That's for a later PR. But yeah, bare minimum, they'll have good action items that they can work on. They do bounties on open issues, but I'm not sure there's like a really good issue for this. I think at this point, I could use what I got as like a, hey, you should hire me type approach. We'll see. Unlikely. Possible. I do really feel like that is something that a lot of startups just don't prioritize at the start, though. Back when Jamie Pine actually streamed here on Twitch, I remember being in his chat talking about, like, hey, you know, you should probably make sure you have, like, a good OpenAPI spec so that people can build integrations. And he was like, what kind of integrations would you need? I didn't think I'd have to explain that to someone who created the thing. Google Drive, Dropbox. So, I don't know. It was weird. Right? You'd expect the CEO to have vision for something like that, for how it can grow and what it would be useful for. How you can get enterprise licensing going based upon a reliable product. Like, I don't know. That was just weird to me. But I really think, like, integrations and third-party API consumption is an afterthought for a lot of startups. And it makes sense, because they got other stuff to prioritize. They got to get the thing working first. They got to find product market fit and all that junk. I believe Cal.com already has product market fit. I think they also need someone who cares about APIs in general, because they're using numeric IDs, right? Incremented numeric IDs for everything. Number one, that allows user enumeration, which is considered a vulnerability. But beyond that, it allows a competitor to see how many customers they actually have, how many bookings have actually been created. Because all you got to do is create a new one and see what that numeric ID is for the brand new one, and then bam, you know exactly how many existed before you did that. So if they care at all about that type of like data security, especially towards competitors, that might be useful. But they're a very much like build-in public, open data kind of company, so maybe they don't care about obfuscating that. So, I don't know, right? It would be nice to discuss and chat about. But yeah, so the part that we're working on right now is for Dredd.js to be able to do a bunch of these things, it needs to actually have IDs that it can use for these requests, because the OpenAPI spec uses placeholder example values, right? It's not using real IDs that exist. So instead, we have to create some entities ourselves, or just fetch some other entities that have been seeded already. We're then going to need to create entities that are temporary so that we can actually run the delete endpoints without mangling existing data. The part we're on right now is solving the existing ID problem. And that's where, yes, we're running into destination calendar ID is not being created properly. Right? Bad request, credential ID invalid, but credential ID is not allowed to be passed. So destination calendar is just untestable at the moment. So from there, we should be able to create a webhook at least. And yeah, we're just going to want to make sure that we skip all of the destination calendar endpoints for now. I'm a little fuzzy on what a destination calendar even is. I also think they end up needing someone to manage their Discord server for them too. So maybe I could talk them into a hybrid principal developer or whatever, because someone has to care about the API. Right? And consistency and naming conventions and, you know, status codes and all that. Hey, we got it to pass. Awesome. So we got to the point we cared about. But they may also benefit from a DevRel or Dev Advocate that helps them maintain their Discord server. Because when I look at the place in the API channel where I posted a question, there's 2 posts from like 4 and 5 days ago that are absolute spam. I'll help 10 people how to earn $30,000 after 72 hours of trading from the crypto market, but you will pay me 10% commission when you receive your profit. Note, only interested people should apply. Drop a message now via my Telegram usernames. Right? Their Discord name is James Brown. Their Telegram name is James Rogan. Uh-huh. And then right after that, one day later, hello everyone, I'm sorry to disturb your privacy. I'll help anyone interested in how to earn 100K in just 72 hours with no doubts from the crypto market. But you will have to pay me my commission. Once you receive your profit, if anyone interested, send me a direct message. Oh yeah, they're terrible. But someone has to be managing the Discord server. Someone has to be getting rid of that spam. If it's left to sit there and fester for weeks on end, dead Discord server? And yeah, the fact that I'm asking a legitimate API question. It has been a day and I asked it on a Friday, I get it. So maybe we'll get a response within a week. People expect Discord to move a little faster than that. Otherwise, you might as well just do email support. Three to 5 business days. Yeah, right? Oh, you're talking snail mail time now. Yeah, write us a letter about the thing you want to, you're trying to ask us in our Discord. Discord, more like discoursed. There you go. But yeah, so we're skipping a bunch of tests right now because we don't have those values as we expect them. But we do have our get existing IDs working. All right, there we go. So now we need to do the temporary IDs. And those are the things that we end up wanting to be able to delete. So let's do that part now. All right, so now it says we're at least using it. This whole transaction thing we'd probably want to get at some point, but we're good for now. And yeah, what's up, ThinkBot Labs? How you doing? Aha, so here's another thing. Yeah, so bailout tests that need their own specific logic. Just do exclamation point song. Some PBJ, playing around in Roblox Studio. Nice. Just doing some Dredd testing. So here I think I want to do skipped before each tests. All right, so skip test that cannot be done properly right now. We need to go find destination calendars. So we actually want to get rid of those. There we go. Okay, so now this. In Dredd.js, there's a specific format for skipping things. So Dredd.js, let's go look at it. How to skip tests. Oh, hold on. Wrong place. Node. Huh. Okay. All right, so transaction.skip equals true. Okay, so at the bare minimum, we want to comment that. Let's see if it'll blend. We should see some tests get skipped and others not. We are going to have a bunch of errors. We are most likely going to have a few passing, but mostly failing. We could definitely get some errors. But we do want to see that we're skipping the ones we intended. It's still skipping all of them. So that's one bit. And yeah, what's up, Bob? How you doing? All right, so this should be doing a compilation for us. This is so strange to me. I might be doing this somewhere and forgetting about it. All right, so deleting user 2 never gets called. This one does, so we know that's good. Yep, this gets called. We're good there. So then, before each, we don't see skipping test happening. We're not doing any skipping there either. Yeah. What is up with our Dredd.yaml? So dry run null. We don't know what require is here for. We do want color. Sure, we'll do the output. Method should do all of it. Hold on, let me double check this. Inline error is true. Sorted false. Log level debug. We got an only there that we don't care about. Yeah, we may need to turn debug on because none of this should be getting skipped. This is so strange to me. Hold on. I modified the package JSON, didn't I? No, that looks good. All right, now I guess I got to turn on debug logic. The fact that we weren't logging right there is tricky. But that shouldn't be the main issue. Because we should have seen a log there if it was skipping those. Is it somehow caching things? All right, so because we're going through a compilation step, maybe the compile has been bailing out? That all looks pretty good to me. Yeah, all right, so now something is totally broken. And we don't know what yet. Interesting. Turning names off actually did it. All right, so all 401 requests have an issue that they're not actually spitting out the headers that we're expecting. Looks to me like every request is failing. So that's fun. We'll find out. We do get 68 passing, so that's actually what we expected. Nacho, I just did it, but okay. So we do get some passes. Okay, cool. My guess is... we're going to end up getting more failures when we do this again. Yeah, I get it. We did it just like a minute before you asked. It looks like a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes. All right, so this is going to go through, fail a bunch more times. So yeah, I would hope that we still see 68 passing tests, but I think it goes down because some items got deleted. So we'll have to fiddle with that a bit. Still 68 passing. Okay, cool. Here's something I'd like to check. Can we get just that one to run? And if so, it indicates that there's a bug when we do names true. And I guess that makes sense. Names true is just for listing all of the names. It's not actually for running the test. For some reason, I thought names would just add it as extra logging, but that seems to not be the case. We see users undefined right there. And that would be because we don't have it here in temporary. Yep. However, nope, that's our problem. If we go to Dreadhooks TS right here, we've got this test, and it's saying that deletable user ID here is not present in the parsed API stuff. So let's go see what that is. And yeah, of course we're going to get a bad value there. If we look at the test, though, deletable user and deletable API key. Should be pretty good. So yeah, we'll see what's actually on that JSON file. Like, we went and looked at it, and we'll see what they're actually getting. Oh my god. Takes its sweet time, doesn't it? But 20 seconds isn't that long, so it's okay. Oh. I know exactly what's going on. This value isn't defined yet. Because we're doing it here. Actually, no, that should be totally fine. I don't know about that. It's adding noise in that, like, scan line. So yeah, all of this is being done synchronously. So we should not be progressing past that until it matters. So I want to see that happening at test time and see why we're having an issue with that. That seems weird to me. I guess one other thing we can look at is we do see the proper API key. Now, I know that's not accurate, but that's not the issue. So what do we see getting logged here? Okay, so hold on. I think that's it. It's already undefined when we get here, isn't it? And if so, then it means that we're not bailing out over here as we expected. Oh, and that's it. We're not seeing that skipping before each test, are we? We're not. Ah, that would be it. So this logic isn't working for us. Yeah, it's undefined before we even get there. Okay, so that's our problem. Yeah, so these actually need to be getting skipped. And it's just not. All right, so I think, yeah, we're targeting our tests just slightly wrong. We got to see what this expected value is. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're looking at just resource name. Yeah, that's not the right value. So instead, we need to log out whatever this is. Yeah, so resource name is the wrong prop. I might need to be gluing together resource name and some other things. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the mistake there. Easy enough to fix. So yeah, we see these three values. We could glue those together. Or we could just look at name, and I think name is what we're looking for. So instead of that, it's just .name. Wait, what? Deletable user API key. Okay. So we're going to see that get deleted. That's what I wanted. That was weird. All right, so now we should see this work. It's going to delete it once, and then we're going to have to reseed the values because this user is getting deleted, but that's fine. We should see a successful request here. After which, we can run another seeding of the database and call that good. We still see it failing, but why? Okay, so we're getting a 401. Let's go look at the user delete endpoint again, just to make sure we understand the permissions properly. Is a user allowed to delete themselves? So if we're not admin and query.userid is not equal to request.userid, wait, what? We don't see the auth middleware in there. So rec.userid and query.userid. What are these? Huh. All right, let's do a log. And yeah, we'll want to clean up all these log statements here soon. That would be a good idea. How's my microphone right now, right? If I'm talking normally, it's not great. If I'm like enunciating really well, it's like, yeah, if I'm yelling at you, it's pretty good. But if I'm talking quietly like this, is it all right? It's a little quiet still, huh? Sounds fine? All right, cool. Okay. Good quite too? What do you mean by that? It's good when it's quiet too, when I'm talking lower? All right, sweet. I think that works. Oh, we don't get that log at all? We saved the file, right? So I don't see the auth middleware. I think maybe that's something I'm missing here. Yeah, I don't see where this middleware is actually getting called to validate the API key. That's it. So verify API key here. I think this is happening and throwing the 401. And it's saying... your API key is not valid. All right, well, let me go look at the API keys real quick in the database. No worries, ThinkBot. Yeah, have a good one. Okay, so let's look at this. We create a bunch of API keys because we've seeded this thing a few times. The latest one is this value. We see the ID and the hashed key. And the API key value that we're passing is this. All right, so let's look at what these values are. So hashed key and stripped API key and raw API key, that is equal to rec.query.api key. So yeah, we're not even getting to that point, which I think is tricky. Because we do have an API key, but we might not be giving ourselves the right value. And in that case, what would be going on here? Maybe hash API key is part of it. Oh, features / EE, that means Enterprise Edition, right? Yep. Ah, we're seeing that fire for everything. Okay. So raw and stripped are the same. And we're seeing that pro user API key is the 680. Do we see this anywhere? We don't. Okay, so let me try one more thing. And we're not getting to this endpoint. That's right. Deletable is that 41C value. And we know that we are replacing that into this request. So when this request gets made, that's actually correct. So then here in verify API key, right, we see no key provided, sure. This checks for a license, nice. All right, so raw API key. Here's the start. We just see 680. We see 283. 680, 680. Okay. Okay, so then oop, let's try this. Request dot how do I see what the like the path is? I don't see path in there. I don't see preview, query, session, URL. Let's see those again. I wish there was a good, easy way for Tabby to clear its path. Or not its path, but... Oh, man. I didn't realize it. Tabby's an Electron app? Huh. I don't think I knew that. All right, so from item 12 above is what we're going to look for. It hasn't actually rehashed it, but we got to let it finish. So this is the one that's failing us, and it's because it's not sending the right API key on the URI. What? So that's just it. We're updating the transaction URI, but it's not actually doing what we wanted. We see the value here. I think I need to return the transaction. That might be it. Yeah, so I think I might have forgotten that bit. But yeah, how you doing, CAD Coder? It was fun today. Can't stay for long. Later. That was a bit ago. Sorry. I've been just focused on this. It's already 5:21 even. I don't know if transaction.request.uri is actually what we need to replace then. So let's go look at that again. That is strange to me. What we want to replace is it. We want to do it on full path, not. That's it. that was it. So we should expect to see this passing, and we may be able to get a bunch more requests passing because we were doing it in the wrong place. So that was my bad. Ooh, so we're still failing. And that's because we got a 200 instead of a 201 from it. So that's just incorrect. It's also saying that it's an empty body. So cool. All right. Man. Yep, I messed that up. It's not request.uri that we care about. And in this case, we might not even need to return it. I don't think we need to do that anymore because it's just mutating it. Okay, so here's the next bit. We do need to run the yarn dx command again to seed the database, to get our keys all updated and everything, and then we can really try testing this and see how many things actually succeed versus fail. And I'm expecting we're actually going to see more successes. There we go. All right, so we close that. Sudo yarn dx, that will reseed our database for us. And hell yeah. Ooh, and now I gotta think about what I want for dinner. 'Cause it's about that time. Can I do something easy like chili? For a game night, that's not a bad idea. Something warm sounds good. It's pretty chilly outside. I should close up this window here soon. But it does mean I don't need to get anything thawing, which is nice. Okay, yeah. So we're definitely making progress. We were able to actually delete the thing. Now we're uncovering that the API isn't doing what it said it did. Or what it says it will. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? That goes for people over on YouTube too. What are y'all up to? And yeah, while that's running, I actually think I saw something in here. We see Fugal calendar, sure. So selected calendars is not it. Calendar cache? Nope. Just got done eating fajitas? Ooh, nice. Hell yeah, Colton. Destination calendar doesn't exist. So wait, where was that? I just saw some like calendar name somewhere. Okay, that's weird. And Jordan just got to week 13 of 30 in your boot camp, learning how to traverse through trees. Your brain is mush now. Yeah, I get you. It's good practice, though. Right? Are you doing depth first search or breadth first search? Ooh, fancy. Depth right now? Nice. Yeah, I feel like I end up doing breadth first. Not for searching, but just like, you know, when I'm doing like abstract syntax tree stuff. I think I end up doing like breadth first most of the time anyway. Which is weird. I'm not sure I even remember the algorithm for depth first. Ooh, brutal, Alan. Well, I mean, are you trying to do it quickly? Like, are you trying to, like, compete and get in the scoreboard or whatever? Because if you're not doing that, like, yeah, just wait till tomorrow. Streaming? Gotcha. And night streaming is just typically better for you, right? Just as your schedule works out. All right, so we got that up. Next step. We go here, we comment that will it blend? All I want to see is more than 68 passing tests. That's it. I think those 68 passing tests are just the delete or like the 401 errors, which we were getting totally fine every time because we weren't even replacing the API key properly. Now that we've done that, we shall see. Hey-oh. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. Oh, and yeah, so basically, it's just not being annotated properly. Right? Like, our failures are when we get a 401, they're not saying what the headers are going to be on it. They're not saying what the body is going to have on it. We saw that we skipped the chunk for destination calendar. Saw some Zod errors. 92 passing. That is way better. Oh, awesome. Okay. Whew. Yeah. All right. My goal is not to get every single test passing, right? And we got a half hour left, so we got plenty of time. What we want to do is look at how we can make sure that the 401s are actually what we expect them to be. Right? So 401 here, it's expecting empty headers, and it's expecting no body. I'm fairly certain we can define that in a schema. So OpenAPI schemas ref So places where ref can be used. A misconception is that it's allowed anywhere. It's only allowed in places where the specification explicitly states that the value may be a reference. For example, ref cannot be used in the info section and directly under paths. Okay, let's go look at this real quick. So response object, which it does not take us to. So here's the responses object. So we can absolutely do that. So what that means is is it here in index? No. Oh, I know. It's on this. Good. How about you, Crazy Tech? All right, so we see security schemes. We see schemas. Error unauthorized. But yeah, how are you doing, Crazy Tech? Oh, hey, what's up, Lemos? Oh, yep. That was it. All right, so then what we end up wanting to do is... let's kick off the reseed. So headers can be a reference object too. Yeah, cooking stream will be over there. I think I'm doing something lazy though. Tomorrow night I'll probably do like a proper cooking stream. But tonight we got gaming with Acorn, Algobro, and Robotic Head. So I don't want to keep them like waiting too long while I'm cooking. So I'll do something like super lazy. Either some chili with some like chips to scoop them, or maybe some sardines on like tortilla chips. That's not bad. I do kind of want to use up the tortilla chips I have so they don't get stale. So we're gonna do this. Common headers. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I think she understands that I probably won't be won't be ready till like 7-ish. So I could take time to do a proper cooking. We'll see. Yeah, I think I'm lurking Acorn right now, too. Yep, totally. How you doing there, Liqueur? Oh, I might have. Yeah. Technically, it wasn't your last message. Your last message was thanks. But no, I get you. Damn, you were let go. More time to work on your classes and stuff, though? Hell yeah. Twitch previews? I'm not familiar with that. All right, so we end up doing a reference to common headers. That's going to be required. The body encoding. I think we just end up doing that. Yeah. Was it like with cause or without cause? And if it's a BS cause, you could probably actually fight that and still get unemployment insurance. As long as you were full-time. Actually, I think part-time can still get unemployment. You just have to have worked enough hours over the previous period of time. All right, so let's look at this, right? We see common headers, error unauthorized. We should be able to use those references now. Oh, different laws. Gotcha. Well, it's not Sunday for me, Bob. It's still Saturday for me. I'll be taking tomorrow off. Technically, I'll be over on Gaming Stream if you want to hang out, though. But tomorrow I need to really finish some video editing. Like, massively. So important. Not worth what you'd get from it? Gotcha. Depends on if Germany does like a permanent record kind of thing. If there is like a permanent record in Germany, might be worth getting that expunged. Not sure. I've heard people say that some countries do it, some don't. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've heard some countries do, some don't. I don't know the difference. Don't know what countries actually do. Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely losing steam. Bare minimum, we should get these headers set. Hold on. What is the headers value in Dredd.js for? Maybe we can just override it there. This is just for your requests, not what you're expecting on your responses. Okay, reusing responses, nice. Oh, and yeah, let's look at this. We're doing that on schemas. Do we see components anywhere? Yes. Oh, schemas are in components. Okay. Oh, and this would be just responses. Yeah, we'll leave error unauthorized there. All right, so then headers here, we would do schema, ref, something like that. Oop. All right, so then this is components, schemas, common headers. All right, so now when we go to any of these endpoints where we see that we only see it in one place. Oh, and actually, no, we want to do this. I think I might have messed up. Nope, not yet. Let's do some of this first. So what we want to do first is get add Dredd. But not the Dredd output. That should be fine. Dredd YAML. So get diff lib. Yeah, we'll just undo that. Oh, man. All right, so API docs there. We do want to change this booking reference one, though. Does not look right to me. All right, let's do that again. So that part we do want. Yep. Parsed body and that log we would like to remove. All right, so feet get existing IDs and just get existing IDs and fine tune thread testing more. So yeah, I think we're getting there. And yeah, Sam and Jordan. Yeah, classes are actually pretty simple once you understand them. It's just like a wrapper for any of your other functionality. Inheritance can sometimes get you, though. In many cases, avoiding too much inheritance is ideal. I've heard a rule of, like, you should probably not be inheriting more than one layer deep. Otherwise, you should probably be doing composition instead. So this would be update seed script to create API keys and users for testing. Okay. All right, so now this is the part where, yes, we're going to want to update some of these. That 401 description thing there. I don't know of any good examples of multi-level inheritance in JS. Like, it's pretty easy. It's the class keyword, though, keep in mind, is not an actual class. It's just syntax sugar for prototypal inheritance. So instead, understanding prototypal inheritance is going to make a lot more sense. I don't know of any specific lists or playlists, but the keyword you're looking for is actually prototypal inheritance. Or prototype-based inheritance. You know, things like that. You may also want to just look up inheritance versus composition and understand why composition is so useful. I think I want to do this that way. All right, so now that we got all those in there, what we can do is I think that's it. Oh, well, that would be why that's failing. There we go. So headers here is then that. Let's double check how references get done. I think it just ends up being schema and the thing we want to link to. Stop doing that. Why is it adding a period for me? That is so weird. Oh, and I'm doing this part wrong. Boom, ref. And the reference is then a string. Components, responses, error unauthorized. Oh, and you know what? I'm doing this part wrong. And we could just do the ref. All right, so we got 34 of those we can replace. Let's make it happen. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Yeah, fired with cause is brutal. I've only had that happen once, and it was bullshit. Just a bad boss. A bad couple bosses, but yeah. And that boss ended up not working there for very long. Right? Like after that moment. So, yep. All right, so we did that part. All right, let's go find one that we haven't modified yet. Ah, and it's not going to be the end of the file. So that would be part of that. And realistically, we could just do that. All right, so then 63 results there. We'll let that finish. It's not a theme. It's just that. Oh, and Bob beat me to it. Oh yeah, thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were still around, so glad you got that response. But yeah, prototypal inheritance, understanding that and how it's different from traditional inheritance. And then also understanding inheritance versus composition. Those are going to really help you out with just understanding inheritance in general, as well as like the prototypal is like the JS version. There's another really good JavaScript video I recommend, and it's about the run loop or the event loop. Oop. Where's that Jake Archibald? Yeah, this is from JSConf 2018. Yep, this is a good one. So this is extremely useful for anybody that wants to understand how the JavaScript event loop works, right? You may have heard that JavaScript is single-threaded. You might not necessarily understand what that means specifically. This does dig into a little bit of that for you. So here's a link there, Sam. And yeah, everyone should be good on that. Those are still going. Yeah, it's one of those videos that you should probably watch multiple times. Every time you come back to it, you might realize something you forgot, right? Like micro tasks and, you know, things like that. And hey, all right. So, the seeding of the database did not happen because I forgot to do that part. So we'll kick that off, let it run. Once the database is fully seeded, we can verify if we actually got these working. We'll find out. But yeah, we have uncovered that there is a lot, like a lot, missing from the OpenAPI spec for this thing. Are we going to get over 100 passing now? We'll see. I don't think so. Because I didn't specify the body. Well, actually, did I specify the body? I might have forgotten that part. I did. Okay. So we might be good. We might need to specify the character encoding here in this content part. We'll see. We'll see. Any minute. It does take a bit to do this seed. Right, exactly. More faster. All right, so we got that up there. We need to get this running. With the API running, we can look at package.json and double check. Yeah, OpenAPI generate is what I'll do there. Ooh, and let me double check my Dredd YAML. Yeah, we are looking for that OpenAPI YAML file. All right, so then this would be yarn. Oh, not that. OpenAPI generate. I think this completes silently, but we're okay with that. Acorn's done? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I probably won't be like ready for another like 20 minutes to a half hour. I think we've been kind of like, you know, planning on 7 p.m. for the most part. And damn, is that Evan MMO killing it? It is. Yeah, he's great. Oh. Gotta go update that. I messed it up. Hey, nice work there, Crazy Tech. Good job. All right, so this should work now. Okay, so that worked. So now it's yarn, test, Dredd, and this is the moment of truth. How many do we think we're going to have passing? Do we think it's going to be higher than 100? Or did I mess something up? Oh, API description processing error. No. Well, the answer is no. Let's go find the OpenAPI YAML file real quick and validate it and see what we get. Because that's quick. That's fast. Oh, interesting. Description was necessary. Ah. Well, that's actually kind of easy. Let's go do that again real quick. API key. So we do need to regenerate this. That'll be quick. And then we'll try and run it again. And if that still fails, well, we've got a good jumping off point for Monday. Yeah. Yeah, Sundays I'm typically just over on gaming stream. That's when I try and do like a lot of my video editing and possibly even recording a new video. Things like that. It's also a day in which I can go, like, you know, take care of other things. Well, shucks. Let's go throw it into their validator real quick. Yeah, exactly. There's something I'm messing up with the contents here. That's it. Okay. Nope. What fields are allowed on this content? So schema, example, examples. Maybe I just need to do example. Okay. Hey. Thanks, Villaseth. Thank you for watching. All right, let me go fix that real quick. We got some time. So the way that works is it's content application JSON example and properties. And this ends up needing to be a string. Okay, so then we can regenerate this and we should be good. It should run. But we'll find out. Will it blend? Will it blend? This part will blend. Will it parse? Bad cop tends to go pretty late. Shit, it did not parse. What is going wrong over here now? All right, so we'll do that. We'll throw it onto there. It means that I need to find this and do a global replace of that. $155 results. Oh. That's interesting. So yeah, we'll replace it. Yeah, no worries, Crazy Tech. Yeah, I need to get finishing up stream, too. We're going to regenerate this OpenAPI spec real quick. And then we're going to do just one more run of this thing. And if that fails, that's our problem for for Monday. Because I want to play some Baldur's Gate tonight. Evil playthrough. I'm playing a wizard. And he's meant to be just like the old creepy man wizard. Like, oh, I guess we're going to kill some people today. Right? So that's his voice. So that's the voice I'll be doing all night tonight. As the character. I'll be talking my normal voice when we're doing like meta things. But when it's my character speaking, that's the voice he uses. Robotic-Head has a good character too. His is named Betty. And Betty is an orc barbarian.
Oh, I'm Betty. Oh, who's a pretty kitty?
Right? So that's her voice. Robotic-Head does that one. I do it better. But it's fine. It's his character, so obviously, no. Technically, he does it better. I just like mine more. And yeah, this OpenAPI generate takes a while because every endpoint needs to be like rebuilt because we modified like every endpoint. Not absolutely everyone, but most of them. Yeah, it's just, you know, an RPG. Yeah, Robotic-Head's good. He does a lot of Django stuff. I think Vue is his front end. Or at least, like, used in his front end. And yeah, he's doing an open source project management system, which is pretty cool. But we get another failure. Only references to responses are permitted there. Oh, okay. Never mind. I messed up. Alright, so we're going to have to go work on it later. But yeah, another one is Bad Cop. I would say check out Bad Cop as well. They do a lot of bash stuff. But yeah, so we got some schema massaging to do. That's a bit annoying, but whatever. Shit happens. We need to figure out someone to raid. I'm not sure who yet. We do see Evan MMO. We haven't had a chance to raid him in a while. There's also Midnight Simon, who's doing some leak code contest stuff, and then he's moving on to Advent of Code. There's BeginBot, building an interactive AI stream. Okay. There's Coding with Strangers. I'm not sure what he's making right now. Hack Smarter is doing Advent of Cyber. Let's raid Evan MMO. I haven't raided him in ages. It does. Yeah. Yeah, he's all over the place. Which is entertaining as hell. But it's like really tough to put on in the background, you know? There's like a lot going on. But yeah. So I'm going to be over on my gaming channel if anyone doesn't know about that one. I'll paste the link over to that for YouTube folks as well, just in case. We are going to go raid Evan MMO. They are working on a game jam right now. Big mode game jam, 1 week remains. So that sounds cool. So we're going to go check that out. YouTube, thank you so much for everyone that was lurking. Really appreciate you. Man, 39 views at an average of 27 minutes. That's pretty good. So yeah, I'm excited to see how far we get our numbers boosted up from that tomorrow. So yeah, later YouTube. I will see you guys again Monday